Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
my favorite question to ask. But what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. And next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know. A lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bulk. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television, and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then say, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, you know, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you know, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to began to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. Mr. Carlisle. I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. It's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Jerron Walters, aka JL the Genius, and I am going to be your business moderator for this session and the next for the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Now, like I said, guys, I am your host, but I am also going to be doing this next presentation for you guys. And like I said, I'm Jerron Walters. I go by JL the Genius. I'm the author of the book Profit Funnels, and I empower entrepreneurs to create assets that are impactful and immortal, which allow them to experience time freedom, convey their life's mission in an unforgettable manner that encourages others to follow their lead and collect the revenue, resources, and respect that they deserve. So I thank you for tuning in today. And before I begin, guys, I want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Eric Kelly III for putting on and keeping this amazing event going, guys. When I first met Dr. Kelly, this was a couple years ago, and man, he had built something incredible. And I always wanted to be, a part of something that was a monumental movement, especially in the Black community. And Dr. Kelly created just that. So big shout out to Dr. Kelly and the entire Black Business Network, all the previous moderators, all the previous speakers. And thank you guys for being amazing. And so with that being said, what I'm going to talk about today, guys, is I'm going to talk about the 7 steps for a successful funnel. Now, if you've never heard of funnels, this is the new way to grow and scale a business, right? I wouldn't say necessarily new, but it is a faster route, right? So let's say if we wanted to race and I said, hey, man, let's race a mile, and you're on foot, but I'm in a bike, I'm probably going to win that race, right? And then I say, okay, that's not fair. Let me give you the bike. I'm going to go 10 miles. And then I jump in the car. I'm still going to win that, right? And then let's say I give you the car, we're going to even the playing field. But then I'm like, okay, we're going to go 50 miles and I'm going to hop in the plane. See, the reason why you're not where you want to be potentially is not because all of these gurus and these people are smarter than you. They're just using a vehicle that can get them to where they want to go 10 to 20 times faster. And so if they can accelerate this process, they can accelerate how much money they make. They can accelerate how many people they help, and they can accelerate to their dream life faster than you can because you don't have the systems, processes, or even sometimes know-how. And so what I want to explain to you guys is about sales funnels and about 7 steps to creating a successful sales funnel. And when I first learned about this, just to give you a little bit of background, I've helped entrepreneurs who used to make 6 figures in a year, just only 100,000, make 100,000 in a month. So you can do it. And so what a sales funnel basically is, when I first got into it, I was in college. So it was a couple years ago. And when I got into business, I was trying everything, guys. I was literally, what they say, shiny object syndrome. I wanted to, do wholesaling, and then I wanted to do e-commerce, and then I wanted to do, entrepreneurship in a different way. I wanted to sell books, and I was like, man, there's so many things that I could do. And then I finally met a guy. He's like, look, man, you got a great idea. I had an invention, right? I was 19, had created an invention. Like, you got a great idea. He's like, but what's missing? You're missing one thing. And I'm like, well, I need the funding, and I need, somebody to help me and back me and this and that. He's like, those are all great things. He's like, but all businesses need one thing to really be successful. And that was marketing. And so he introduced me to a book called .com Secrets by a guy named Russell Brunson. Now, this guy named Russell Brunson, his company's well over $1 billion now. But at the time, he took his company from 0 to 100 million in 3 years. 3 years, guys. And he didn't use any VC. He didn't use any venture capital. He didn't use any outside funds. It was all based on sales funnels. So when he told me that, he gave me the book. I started studying. I really started diving into this stuff. I'm talking about spending hours of time and money and research on learning how to develop this and how to actually become prolific in this area. And so when I started implementing funnels for certain entrepreneurs, it's like an instant, it's growth. It's almost instant, where you can tell from somebody who doesn't have a funnel or a system set up versus somebody who does, right? So I'm going to give you guys 7 steps for a successful funnel. And I just kind of want you to just write this information down, be able to digest this information, and see how it's going to apply to your business, right? So the first step is, before we even get to the steps, you got to understand everybody is viewing you some type of way. So we have to create a pre-frame. It's called a pre-frame. Like, if I told you all of these negative things about a person, and then if we were friends and you met this person, you're going to have a skewed view about them. You're not going to really like them, even if you've never met them before. But if I told you all of these great, amazing things about this person, then when you meet this person, you're going to like them. You're going to feel like they're a good person, even though you've never met them. Why is that? Is that because we create this frame around people, and we already are judging them before we even actually know them, before we even get any information from them. And so when it comes to creating a pre-frame, they did this study, and it was like a class of 300 students. Half of the class, they got a cold memo about this substitute teacher. Their teacher was out for like a month, so they got a substitute. So half of the class, they got a cold message using cold words that kind of push you away. The other half, they got a warm message. So making sure this teacher is, is loving, he's caring, he walks you through things. And so after he got done teaching for that month, they did a review, and they did a poll to see, hey, how many of you actually like this teacher? And they all got the same information. They all were in the same class. The side that got the cold information, they put, oh, he was terrible. He rushed us through things. He didn't explain very well. They all said that about this teacher. The people who got the warm message, they were like, man, this guy is great. He's amazing. The best teacher I ever had. And so that all came from the frame that they put around this guy before he even started speaking, right? And so we have to understand that when we're going out in our businesses, people already have some type of frame, especially about Black business owners. They may think we're unprofessional. They may think we can't handle business. We don't commit to deadlines. Whole bunch of nonsense that's not true. So we have to break those frames and those false beliefs and help them build new beliefs about how we conduct our business, right? And so the first step in a successful funnel, when you're actually trying to start this process, is you really got to determine the type of traffic temperature. There's essentially 3 types of traffic, right? 3 types of people. There's cold, warm, and hot traffic. Cold, warm, and hot traffic. So think about the cold traffic is people who they don't know who you are. They don't know anything. All that they know is they have a problem. I got a problem. This is Sally. She came back from vacation to her brick and mortar. She had an eviction notice on her door. All she knows, look, I got a problem right now. I don't know how to solve it, nothing. All I know is I gotta figure out how I'm gonna pay this rent. Right? So that's a cold audience. They're problem aware. Then you have the temperature that's warm. This is a warm audience who is solution aware, right? So they know they have a problem, but they know that there's a solution that exists. So now Sally's like, okay, I heard about this thing called Facebook ads. I heard about TikTok ads. I heard about all these different solutions. So I know there's some type of way where I can generate traffic to my business. I can bring people into my business, right? So that's warm. They are solution aware. And then you have people that are hot. These are people that are you aware. So they know about you and your business and they know what you do. Maybe it's somebody who's heard you on a podcast. It could be somebody who saw you on a live. They maybe saw you at a networking event. So the hot traffic are people who already know about you and what you do. And these are the three temperatures. So think of these three temperatures. If you think about a bridge, right? Where they want to be is how you can help them get there. So you're on the island by yourself, sipping, mimosas and out there hanging out, chilling. They're on the mainland. They're trying to get over to the island and come hang out with you, right? So the people who are cold, they need a longer bridge to get to where you are. And when I say by bridge, meaning you have to bridge the gap between where they are to where they want to be. They need more warming up. They need to know, okay, there's a solution. They need to know, okay, Dr. Kelly, he does PR and things like that. They need to know that, because if they don't know it, they're never going to be able to solve their problem, right? They're not going to get to the island. So the bridge for them to get to the island is long. The bridge for the warm traffic is a little shorter because they already did some research. They did their due diligence. They know, like, okay, I don't have to do as much work. Now the bridge for, not as much work, but I don't have to do the research. I already did the research, right? Now the bridge for the hot traffic, they're closer to you. The bridge for that is short. They already know who you are. They know you exist. They know you can help them. They just haven't purchased from you yet, right? So for all three of these temperatures, it's good to have three different landing pages. One page speaks directly to the pain, right? And you want to get people, if it's cold traffic, somebody who doesn't know you, they don't trust you, they don't like you, you want to get people to move away from pain versus towards pleasure. Perfect example is if you saw a guy on the street and he had a sign out and it said $300 bills, $300 bills, you would look at that guy like, man, he robbed a bank. This guy crazy. He stole something. Now he's trying to give away this money. You like, he's crazy, right? Because you don't know him. But at that same guy, you see this guy on the street, you walking down the street, you trip, hit your head on the the pole. Now you bleeding. That same guy, he walks up to you, hey man, you need a tissue, you need a towel, stop the bleeding. Yeah, man, let me get a tissue. Let me get something. So you grab whatever he gives you, you don't know what's on it. You just put it on your head, right? To stop the bleeding. And this is that same stranger. Now, why would you trust the same person to help you stop this bleeding, but you wouldn't trust them to give you the $300 bill? And that's because people, they don't know you, they like to move away from pain and towards pleasure, right? So away from pain and towards pleasure. Even though it's the same direction, the people who don't know you, they don't think you can take them to pleasure. They only think like, I need to get away from my pain. Like right now, I'm struggling to get leads. What is this guy talking about? I'm struggling with the roller coaster cash flow. Like my sales cycle is too long. I'm having too many sales calls and not closing. What is this guy talking about? And so we're going to get into all of that, but you guys just got to follow along with me, right? But the cold traffic, lead them away from pain on that landing page and go towards pleasure. For the warm traffic, that headline needs to start with the solution. They already know what the solution is. Sally knows Facebook ads is the solution. So she's going to hire somebody for Facebook ads. Hot traffic, they already know about you. Sally's going to hire you specifically for Facebook ads because she already knows you can do ads and you do it very well. So now that headline starts with talking about your product or service. The warm traffic starts talking about the solution. The cold traffic headline starts talking about the problem. Hope this is making sense. Put a one. If you guys are following up, put a one in the chat if this makes sense. This is all step one. So step one is, okay, determine the traffic temperature. All of these people, they need different messages, right? They need something you got to say to them has to trigger the next step, right? So that's step one. Once you determine your traffic temperature, the next thing you're going to do is you're going to set up your pre-frame bridge. This is step two, setting up the pre-frame bridge. So the pre-frame bridge is going to be, what is that going to be? That's going to be your content, right? It's going to be your ads, your video. Maybe it's a blog. Maybe it's an email article. Maybe it's just regular content, right? So this is the information that they see or they get before they go to your landing page, right? How are you going to set up the frame? Is it going to be a good frame? Or is it going to be a bad frame like we talked about earlier, right? So these are all the things you have to do before somebody even goes to your page so they can start at least know, liking, and trusting you, right? They can start know, liking, and trusting you when you give them a pre-frame, give them this type of information. And that's the step two, right? So step one, we talked about step one was being identifying the traffic temperature. And now step two is creating your pre-frame bridge, setting up your pre-frame. This is your video content, things like that. Now, step three is, okay, I saw this guy, I checked him out. I liked his like what he was saying on his live. Let me go look at his page. So step three is qualifying subscribers. When people get to your landing page or squeeze page, this is where you give something away for free. You're still giving away value. You're giving it away for free, something that's good. Now, and this is important because if you give something away for free and on that first experience, they're like, man, it's not that good. Like, this is kind of terrible. They're going to think your product and services are terrible because it's the first impression, right? You don't get a second chance to make a first impression. And so if you give something away for free, make sure that it's actually good and they can actually get value from it. Like, make it better than your competitors' paid stuff. A lot of people all the time, I have a lot of clients, yeah, but I don't want to give away this for free because I spent a lot of time and energy and money learning this. And I'm like, okay, how many clients you got right now? How much money you making right now? And so they're holding back information, trying to gatekeep when information is abundant. It's a lot of people out here we're in the information age. So don't get caught up in, I'm going to hold this information and not tell my people and charge them for it and not get any clients versus I'm going to give you all the information. I'm going to give you all of the game. And what am I going to charge for? I'm going to charge for the implementation. That's a nugget right there. See, you give away information, but you charge for the implementation. If you guys want me to do this, go to xyz.com. Right? I'm going to show you how to build a lead generation system. I'm going to show you the steps, 7 successful steps of a sales funnel. And I'm going to give you everything. I'm not holding anything back. If you want me to do this for you, now we can talk numbers. Is this making sense? Put a 7 in the chat. This making sense. Put a 7 in the chat. This making sense, guys. And so step 1 was determining your traffic temperature. Step 2 was the pre-frame bridge, right? Setting up the pre-frame bridge. Step 3 is qualifying the subscribers. Who is willing to give you their information, their data, name, phone number, email. You got to qualify the subscribers. Now, out of all of this pool of people who wanted the free stuff, anytime you say free, you get a lot of people attention, right? Free this, free that. People are going to rave and you're going to get their attention. But when you say, okay, now you got to give me your name, phone number, email to get this, you just weeded out 80% of the people. Like, I don't want to give my information. So that's good. It's good for 2 reasons. You getting them away from you because you already know they're not action takers. Action takers are money makers. So I don't want nobody around me, nobody in my environment who's a tire kicker, who's going to waste time, who's not going to implement or execute what I teach them. I want people who are shakers and movers, who are ready to go, ready to do something now. Right? So when you qualify your subscribers, you're literally getting rid of the naysayers, the sayers, and then you getting active with the players, right? People who are going to give you this information. They're going to give you their name, phone number, email, and then that's going to lead to step 4. Once you qualify them as a subscriber with whatever your lead magnet is, whatever you're giving away for free, now you need to qualify the buyers. Let's see who can buy right away. And this is where the funnel comes in. Maybe you do a low ticket, right? Something that is $7, $10, $97, something like that. Whatever. 97 is a bit higher than 7, of course, but 7 is a no-brainer, right? So if I opt in, have them opt into something, step 4, I'm qualifying my subscribers, then I want to immediately see who's going to buy from me. Who out of these 100 people that opted in is going to actually purchase from me? Who's going to spend some money? A buyer is 7 times more valuable to your business than a lead. If somebody opts in, they become a lead, right? You can contact them. But a buyer is more valuable than that lead because they've shown, okay, I'm not only going to take action with opting in, I'm going to take action and pull out my credit card. Is this making sense? And so when you qualify your buyers, you want to actually do something that's low ticket, $7 to $37, I recommend. And then the next step is qualifying your hyperactive buyers. Now, if you think about like a lot of women, they like to, when they go shopping, they like to shop, buy the whole store. I was going to get this. Anybody ever? I'm not even gonna say women, because men do it too. But anybody ever went to the store? Like, yeah, I got a list for the store, and you come out with a whole grocery cart. Anybody ever happen to anybody? That's because in that moment of buying, you're in that buying mentality. So from step 4, after you qualify the buyers, step 5 is, let me qualify my hyperactive buyers. Let me see who's really serious. I remember when this first hit me, I was when I first understood this in the funnel game, I was at my old buddy's house in Indiana, and we used to shoot pool. We used to go to his house and shoot billiards, right? We used to play pool. And we had a list of wins and losses. So if you got a win, you mark it. You got a loss, you got to mark the tally, right? So the guy whose house it was, his dad, once we like created the list, he started taking a bunch of losses. I'm talking about he could not buy a win, right? And so he kicked us off the table one day, and then he just that night, my buddy told me he bought all new everything. He bought new gloves to shoot pool with. He bought new chalk, got him a new stick. He pretty much he did everything except get the velvet switched on the top of the table, right? But he was so mad that he couldn't win that he became a hyperactive buyer. He was just in a buying frenzy. And so at this stage 5 is where you really want to see, okay, how much pain are you really in? Are you really in a buying frenzy? I know you stepped on the nail, but is it serious? Do you just want a Band-Aid for $7, or do you want the surgery for $7,000? How bad is your pain? Right? And so that is step 5. That's how you're going to qualify your hyperactive people, by giving them another offer. And we call those upsells, right? We call those upsells when it comes to business. So that's step 5. So just to recap, step 1 is identifying your traffic temperature. Step 2 is creating your pre-frame bridge. Step 3 is qualifying your subscribers. Step 4, qualifying your buyers. Step 5, identifying your hyperactive buyers, people who want to spend more money right now. And then a caveat to this I didn't mention. When people subscribe to you versus when they buy, the buyers need a different tag. You need to tag them differently so you can have different messaging for these people. When people buy more than one thing from you, they need to also go in a different category. And this is the advanced stuff that people don't talk about, right? This is the things you have to figure out when you're out here really doing business. And I've done business with some of the largest companies, right? So you have to really identify those hyperactive buyers are, separate them in a different list. And then step 6 is going to be where you age and ascend in relationship. See, there's a difference between a customer and a client. If I'm out of town and I'm going to a barbershop and I've never seen this barber before, I just want to get a haircut because I'm out of town. He cuts my hair. Cool. I spend money with him. I'm a customer. But if I have a barber up the street from my house and I go to this barber religiously every week I'm going to this barber and he cuts me every weekend and we build a relationship. We start to build a bond. Now I'm no longer just a customer. I'm a client. I don't care if he can't get me in, I'm going to wait. I don't care if it's a barber next to him, his cuts are nice. I don't care if the guy who I used to go to is nice. I've built a relationship with this person. So that's the difference between a customer and a client. The customer is transactional. Client is relational. Transformation, relation. Right? So now we've built a relationship, and that's what you have to do in step 6 is really age and ascend a relationship. So the initial sale was over. The first sale may be over. Or that first opt-in experience may be over. What's going to get them from that opt-in to actually purchasing? What's going to get them from actually purchasing something low ticket to purchasing something that's maybe a couple $1,000s? What's going to be from, having them purchase something that's a couple $1,000s to something that's tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even $1 million offer, right? And that's where the nurturing sequences with your emails and you adding, value in that sense, text messages and things like that. That's when all of that comes into play, because now you've built this relationship over time and you've added so much value to this person's life. Now, not only do they know you, not only do they like you because you're giving them a lot of value, but now they know they can trust you. Now they know, okay, this is somebody that I know has my best interest when it comes to business, or when it comes to whatever it is, whatever your industry is, right? So that's step 6. And that leads me to step 7, which is, and this is the last step. If this is fire right now, if you're getting some valuable information, I need a fire sign in the chat, guys. I need you guys to blow up the chat before I reveal this last secret. I want to make sure that you guys are really comprehending what I'm saying, because this is business at the highest level. Right? We're talking taking Black businesses from barely surviving to over thriving, doing more than enough, being, having more than enough customers. There's plenty out here. When you get away from the scarcity mindset and you realize money is abundant, it's everywhere out here, everybody can get it, and there's plenty for everybody, that's when you really start to change. That's when you like, look, I'm going to give you guys this content. Look, I'm going to show up for you guys every day. I'm going to do what I got to do. I'm going to do whatever it takes to help you guys get to that next level, because I know at the end, that's only going to help me. Right? So first step is identifying the traffic temperature. The second step is setting up the pre-frame bridge. The third step is qualifying your subscribers. The fourth step is qualifying your buyers. The fifth step is identifying your hyperactive buyers. And then the sixth step is aging and ascending that relationship. And then the last step, guys, is changing the selling environment. So maybe they bought something that was $7. Maybe they bought something that was $97. Okay, cool. They're going to do that. They'll do that through the funnel. They'll do that, they'll spend up to maybe $500 to $1,000 through a funnel. But when it comes to higher priced things that are $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, a lot of people are not going to pull their credit card out and give a site $10,000 right then and there on the spot. And so how do we navigate that? How do we overcome that? Well, we overcome that by changing the selling environment. Go from getting them on a phone, getting them through your funnel to getting them on the phone, having a conversation with this person, seeing what this person's needs are, and then letting them know that you have a solution to their needs. And now when you change that selling environment, paying $5,000 to $10,000 doesn't seem as bad versus putting this stuff on the phone. I had a conversation with somebody yesterday. She's like, yeah, I'm glad you told me you were sending the link because, I'm old, so I don't like putting my card and information and all of that on the phone. They told me don't click on these links, right? So it made me think of this perfect scenario right here. People not clicking on these links. All these spammers, they're sending information. They're sending stuff to my girl right now, to my fiance, about tolls. Like, hey, you haven't paid this toll and that toll. All scams, right? So you got to be careful in this day and age because the scammers are getting clever nowadays. But once you age in that relationship, and then you get on the phone with this person, or you have a sales team that gets on the phone with this person, now you're in a position where you can really start to level up your business because nickel and diamond for those that low price stuff no more. Did you know that only 96% of entrepreneurs ever reach that six-figure mark, and only 2% ever reach seven figures? We've helped high-level entrepreneurs with no systems, no strategies, no social media following, who used to make six figures in a year, make six figures in a month by working less. And we can help you do the exact same. Now, we're using a secret strategy that you may or may not know about called funnels. And funnels is basically like your website on steroids. It's taking your website to a whole nother level, and it's taking your customer on a simplified journey so you can get more profit per prospect. If you'd like to learn how this can be implemented into your business, schedule a free strategy session with myself or one of my team members at funnelsfinessers.com, and we'll see if we're a good fit to work together and how we can accelerate your business growth and take you to that next figure mark. I'm JL the Genius, and for the action takers, I look forward to working with you. All right. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. Sorry about that. Minor technical glitch. See, but that could have been all by design, right? It could have been all by design. I could have wanted you to see, that happen because technology, sometimes it happens. So when people experience these type of things, I don't judge a coach or a leader by what they're doing or how they're doing something when everything is going well. I judge them by what happens when something goes wrong. How are you going to bounce back? How are you going to react? How are you going to treat your people? How are you going to treat your audience? And that's what we really should go off of. Tech glitches can happen anytime. The screen of death can happen at any time. Screen can go black and go blue, go green. But how are you going to respond to that? I remember I went to a conference, and this was in Miami, and it was somebody I've heard about, saw him with a bunch of money, bunch of cars, things like that. So I was like, okay, let me check it out. One of my high-level friends invited me. When I got to the conference, I took my fiance. It was her first time at a conference. So she loved it because she was like, man, I never had this experience. When we got there, the mics were messing up. The screen that they had in the back was glitching and shutting down. And then when the lady came out, the first thing she started talking about, she was going in on like the VIP people. Yeah, I know y'all not gonna come back here and eat all this food. And I'm like, whoa, is she being stingy about food right now? And you supposed to be a multi-millionaire? I'm like, something not right. You know what I mean? So that's how you judge. You go based off when things don't go your way. And how do you fix it? How do you turn that around? And so I hope you guys got the message today. And just to clarify, I want to go over these things one more time with you, just so you can really get this inside of your brain, right? So the 7 steps to a successful funnel. Number one is you have to identify the traffic temperature. Is it cold, warm, or hot? Number two, you have to set up the pre-frame bridge. It's going to be your content, your ads, your articles, things like that before they get to your landing page. Number three, you have to be able to qualify your subscribers, right? Eliminate the people who are serious versus who are curious. Make the serious people opt in. You get the name, phone number, email. Now you're collecting data. Because what happens when they shut down your social media and you got 100,000 followers, but you haven't collected the data? You're going to lose all of that, right? So that's step three. Step four is qualify your buyers right away. Out of those people who actually opt in, now they're in a serious list. Okay, let's see who's more serious than them. Who's actually going to purchase something from me? Who's actually going to buy? Qualify your buyers. And then from that, you qualify your hyperactive buyers, the people who like, man, I'm ready to spend. I got a bigger problem than all these other people. I'm ready to get this help immediately. I don't want to wait a week for my toothache. I want to get my toothache solved right now. I want the situation over. So I'm going to spend more money. The money is nothing. The solution, it means more to me than the money. Right? So that's the next step. Qualifying that's step 5. I believe, yeah, qualifying your hyperactive identifying your hyperactive buyers. Step 6 is aging and ascending a relationship, right? Being able to build that relationship with these people over time so they can know, like, and trust you, and that increases your authority factor. And then lastly, changing that selling environment from just being on your landing pages and your websites to having an actual phone conversation or a live in-person event or something like that. So I hope you guys got some value from this. I feel like this is an amazing platform. It's a great opportunity for people to come together and collaborate. And like I said, guys, I'm JL the Genius. So I'm going to not only be the speaker for right now, I'm going to be your moderator. And I want you guys to understand that genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, We cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Our speaker today.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support, website design,
a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravana Amos, and I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, we are very excited to have with us Mr. Brian Owens. Mr. Owens, as a program manager of B-Force Accelerator, has helped businesses understand their finances, grow revenue, and access over $3.6 million of capital. By revolutionizing this accelerator program, Brian has helped close the gap in banking relationships in Hampton Roads. As a founder and chief communications officer of a neuroscience-based tech company, Secret Chord Laboratories, he raised over $1.3 million in private equity investments for his firm and negotiated agreements with 3 of the biggest companies in his industry. Let's welcome Mr. Brian Owens.
Hey.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you for having me on. I'm excited to be here today.
It is our pleasure. I am excited to get started. You have some wonderful information vital information that we really need to know. So we're going to jump right in here. What are the common misconceptions about accessing capital that we make?
So some of the common misconceptions when it comes to accessing capital is having a good idea. Folks think if I have a good idea and I can show someone how good this idea is, then they'll be willing to invest in it, or they'll be willing to give me a loan. And if it's really just a home run idea, if it's $1 million idea, then someone's going to move on it. And sadly, that's actually not how this works at all. No matter how good the idea is, if it doesn't come with the structure and presented in the right way, it's never going to get funded. Another misconception we have is the passion. Oh, if I can sit with someone and they can see the passion that I have for this project, or the passion that I have for my company, then they'll just see it in my eyes. They'll have no choice but to invest in my company. And really, passion is not a metric that is documented anywhere in the agreements that get people funded. Unfortunately, there is no line item for passion in profit and loss documents or the balance sheet. So I think that those are 2 large common misconceptions. If I just have the passion, or if I have the good idea, then a bank is going to give me a loan if they just see how hard I'm going to work. But the good news is that there are just steps to accessing capital, and it's not a secret. We can all find out, we can all prepare ourselves, and we can, as entrepreneurs, all access capital.
Okay. So what are some of the common mistakes that business owners make when they're attempting to access these loans or credit capital?
So some of the common misconceptions that business owners make when they're trying to access loan or credit capital, the number one mistake that I see most commonly is starting to learn about the process when you need money. That is mistake number one. The very worst time to try to learn about how to access capital is when you need to access capital. So mistake number one, learn the process, know the people before you need the capital. If you need the capital, the odds are already stacked against you. The clock is against you. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to have poor negotiation, and then all the leverage is in the lender's box right there. Also, a common mistake when it comes to accessing loans or credit is just simply not asking. The bankers are not trained to keep everything a secret. You can go to your local bank, talk to a business banker today and say, hey, if I wanted to get a loan for $100,000 for my business next year, what steps would I have to take today so that I can be guaranteed that $100,000 loan next year? Write down step for step practically how I would get there. A banker should be able to do that for you. If they can't do that, that is not the bank you should be working with anyway. So not asking before they need to know, and not asking at all. Also, not doing research. I feel like the first step in everything is research. So no matter what the process is, whether it's growing a company, whether it's creating a product, whether it's making tech, or whether it's accessing capital, the first step is going to be doing research. Another common mistake for people accessing loans and credit is not knowing exactly how much money you need. I'll have conversations with people who are like, I want to get a food truck, and I have a passion for this. Culinary arts is in my blood. Okay, how much money do you need for a food truck? I don't know exactly. Oh, then you're not ready to have a capital conversation. We can have a conversation, but it's not going to be about accessing capital. The conversation is going to be about what do you need? And as we go through the list of 100% of the things you need, let's hit Google and see how much it costs. Let's see how much a food truck costs. What type of oven range do you need in there? Let's see how much that costs. What does it take to upkeep that? Let's see what that costs. Now we're doing simple arithmetic to come up with a targeted answer of exactly how much money someone needs to start something. So just not doing research, not knowing how much you need, not asking and having conversations with people, and most importantly, not getting the information before you need the money.
Yes, thank you so very much for that. Now, that's credit capital. What about investment capital, private investment capital? What are some of the mistakes that we're making out there?
Yeah, so my journey in private investment capital was a crash course. When starting, co-founding this tech company and building it from $0 into 7 figures, I didn't really have a background in investment. But luckily, through the help of a Google Accelerator, some great mentors, some great attorneys, some great tech guys, I was able to learn about this process and then become successful in this process of raising private equity investment. So some of the common mistakes that I see for people who want to take this route, where they're like, Brian, I'm not trying to get a bank loan. I really just, if somebody can see the vision, then I'm really just trying to get some investment. So one of the first mistakes that I learned, and I learned this in a one-on-one interview with a super successful tech founder in a Google Accelerator. And this was not putting your team's salaries in the ask. Whatever you're asking for, whatever amount you're asking for to build whatever product to support the company, we thought we're not going to put our salaries in what we're asking him, because we're not going to ask for money from an investor just to put in our own pockets. We're just going to put the cost of what it takes to build what we need. And he'll see how serious we are, because we're not asking him for money to put into our own pockets. And that was actually the opposite of what they're looking for. What I learned through that meeting and through some meetings afterwards was they absolutely want to see the founders' salaries inside the budget, because for them, it's a matter of they need to know that your focus is on this company 24 hours a day. They don't want you to have to go get a side job at Starbucks to keep your lights on while you're trying to grow a company that they just invested $300,000 into. So that was one mistake that I had to learn when it came to private equity investment, was to put the salaries in and make sure it's a livable wage. If it's not a livable salary, they are not even going to take you seriously. Another mistake that I see when it comes to private equity investment, trying to access that, is a same mistake that I saw in the loans and credit, which is not asking. The same way that any business owner right now can walk into a bank and have a conversation with the banker and talk about what it takes in order to get a loan, you can call up a capital firm. You can talk to investors. Investors go to certain events that are for investors and founders. And you can talk to an investor the same way that you would do customer discovery with the market that you're trying to sell. You just ask an investor, hey, what kind of things do you invest in? Can you tell me about the last investment you made that was successful and why you think it was successful? Can you tell me about things that you look for in a company that make you say automatically yes and automatically no? Once again, these guys are not trying to keep this stuff a secret. As a matter of fact, it benefits them for everyone to know these things so that they can have packages presented to them that are in their lane and of the quality that they're looking for. And the last mistake that I see that's very, very common amongst people who say that they want private equity investment is not knowing how much equity they're willing to give up, not knowing what they would exchange for the money. Private equity investment is much different than loans and credit because you are giving a part of your company away forever to somebody who is purchasing that. If you are not the type of entrepreneur who can deal with other owners of the company, who can deal with you not owning 100% of your company, private equity investment is not for you. And you have to be realistic with the conversations that you're having about equity, what your company is worth right now, what it might be worth in a few years. We have to have objective conversations about what makes value in a company and how we are going to do the math to figure out what we're accepting for what percentage of equity.
Thank you so much. And it seems common sense, but we make that mistake over and over again in our zeal to get things started. So how can businesses build and maintain strong banking relationships, especially in the underserved areas?
Okay, so this is how business owners, especially in underserved areas, can build and maintain banking relationships. Interview bankers. I know this seems backwards because in the past, it has been us, the business owners, going into a bank, and here's people dressed sharply in nice suits who know more than us about finances, and we're nervous. And what if they reject us? And what if they say no? What does that look like for me? How does that make me look as an entrepreneur? And all the anxieties on our end. What we're doing in 2025 is 100% flipping that paradigm. We're putting the anxiety and nervousness where it needs to be, and that's on the banker's end. As an entrepreneur, when you walk into a bank, you are the boss. You're the business owner. The banker that you're talking to is at work. They're at their 9 to 5. They need businesses to come do business with them in order to survive. So what you're going to do is you're going to pick 3 to 4 banks. You're going to walk in. You're going to ask for either the branch manager or the small business banker. And you are going to interview all 3 or 4 of those business bankers so that you can find the one who's of high enough quality to work with you and your business. You're not going to be worried about being rejected by a bank. You are going to be rejecting most of the banks and then accepting the banker that's best for you. Some things you want to say in this interview is you want to talk to this banker about if they've worked with other businesses in your industry. Say you have a t-shirt company. Have you ever worked with any other businesses in the fashion industry? What type of problems were you able to help them with? What type of problems did they have that the bank had products for that were solutions? If you're somebody who needs to talk face-to-face, you have to ask them, hey, can we meet face-to-face once a quarter to talk about business strategy? A good banker should be doing more than just taking your money and offering loans. A good banker should be having conversations with you about their business. If you're a business owner, a business banker likely has lots of people that they've done business with who own businesses. So you should be asking them about that. You should be asking, hey, do you know somebody who can help me find a good attorney? Do you happen to know any good CPAs? I need insurance for this business. Do you know anybody who you've worked with who has integrity in this insurance? You should be using your banker as a free business consultant. And the way that you do that is by interviewing 3 or 4 bankers and only keeping 1 or 2, keeping the best that work for you.
Thank you so much. And I hope our viewers are taking notes. Like, guys, go grab a pencil and a pen. This is some valuable information that you should have. Tell us, how can a business with no proven track record make themselves attractive to investors?
Okay, so this is a good one. How can a business with no proven track record make themselves attractive to investors? So there are more ways to show that your company is valuable outside of having a track record of making a lot of money. One, the team that you put together as the founders of the company, as the drivers of the company, those team members can bring value to the company. If, for instance, in our tech firm was based on the neuroscience of music enjoyment. 2 of my co-founders were neuroscientists who worked in the field of music cognition. Their years of research in the exact field that we were in brought value to the company. Also, I had experience in the music industry, helping to put together international tours, putting together production teams for Grammy-nominated artists. My influence on the project also brought value to the company. Then businesses want to make sure that they're leveraging free resources. Startups, especially tech startups, there are so many free resources out there for you. Just Google free resources for tech startups. There is likely an incubator in your town that's specifically for tech startups. There's likely an accelerator in your town that's specifically for tech startups. And most colleges have some type of business program that's not exclusively for the students, that's open to the community. For instance, I'm in the 757 Hampton Roads, so that's Southeast Virginia. Norfolk State University is here. They have the NSU Innovation Center that's open to the community, that helps guide founders of startups. Hampton University is right here. They have a program called VWIC that is open to the whole community, not just Hampton startups, and they not just Hampton students, and they will help walk you through the process of planning and building strategy into your startup. So leveraging those resources can help add value to your company and make yourself more attractive to investors.
Thank you so much. So what advice would you give to a startup with limited revenue trying to raise their first round of capital?
So limited revenue. So this is a lot of people, right? A lot of people are in this situation where they are startups in their first round of raising capital, and they have very limited revenue or sometimes no revenue. Step 1, you're going to see what grants are available. Small grant of $1,000 to $5,000 can mean a lot to a startup that has 0 revenue right now and is in their first round of raising money. Your cities often have different grants for businesses and startups. Every city right now, if you Google whatever city you're in, the city that I'm in right now is Virginia Beach. If you Google your city and then economic development, then your city's economic development department website will come up. Those are often the places where you can find grants for your business or free programs for your business. Also, like I said before, the accelerators and incubators, can often guide you to different grants as well. There's also a few websites that just often have a lot of grants, US grants. You can find them by just Googling grants. Also, free resources are the same as money. So same place I just said to look for grants, your city economic development. Oftentimes that economic development department has free sit downs with lawyers or free sit downs with accountants. If they offer something like that, that's just as good as money, because when you raise money, you're going to be spending it on attorneys. When you raise money, you're going to be spending it on accountants. So leveraging those free resources when you have very little revenue, that's absolutely super important. And then just developing traction. My advice would be anytime you have an opportunity to do an interview, anytime you have an opportunity to pitch your business, you have to take advantage of those opportunities when you're in business with low to no revenue and on your first round of raising money. You have to pitch at every coffee connection, at every Million Cups meeting, at every tech founders meeting, at every pitch contest. You should be an evangelist for your business, because the people with money and resources will eventually hear you and start guiding you in the right direction.
So what role does storytelling play when pitching for investors?
Storytelling is everything when it comes to pitching to investors. Yes, investors want hard data. Absolutely. Investors want facts. They want reality. They want real testimony. All that is true. But data does not exist in a vacuum. There needs to be context to data. There needs to be a story that data tells. So no matter how successful you've been, no matter how proven your track record is, if you can't position that within a narrative that shows the success of your company, then it's possible that it just falls on deaf ears. So storytelling is what companies with great revenue and great track records use to gather investment to scale, and storytelling is what pulls companies with little to no revenue and little to no capital to that next step, so they can see where the step after that is.
Okay, so what alternate funding source should entrepreneurs explore when traditional funding source isn't available?
Okay, so definitely grants, as I said before, but also for alternate funding sources. If you've gone to a couple of banks and maybe you've been turned down because of just a few points of the credit score, or because you have medical debt, after you've gone the route of searching up all the grants that you can, you want to look up what CDFIs are around. Again, that is CDFI. That stands for Community Development Financial Institution. CDFIs are kind of like banks that are owned by nonprofits. They still obviously need to not lose money, but they are not solely driven by the bottom line like your banks and credit unions might be. CDFIs have a little bit more wiggle room to hear your story. If your credit score is a few points below what the normal standard is, let's talk about why. If you have medical debt, some CDFIs can look beyond that. So they are a good alternative funding source for both small businesses and even mid-sized businesses that are trying to scale to the next level, but maybe traditional financial institutions have not been the way. If you want to find CDFIs in your area, once again, I'm a big fan of Google. You just hit Google CDFI near me or CDFI in, put your city in. I'm in Virginia Beach. If I Google CDFI near me, LISC is one of the CDFIs that will pop up. Local Initiative Support Corporation is the name of LISC, and also USI will pop up, Urban Strategies Incorporated. They're helping with some of the big rebuild projects for affordable housing around here. If you do that same Google search for your city, the CDFIs will pop up. And just like we said with the bankers and investors, go talk to them. Go ask questions. Ask how to be prepared. Don't let that first conversation be about you asking for money. Let that first conversation be about, how do I prepare to come ask for money later.
Fantastic. So what financial documents should every business have prepared before they seek funding?
Okay, so this is also a big one. We deal with this a lot in the accelerator I run, B-Force Accelerator. So number one, every single business listening right now should have some financial management system. Even if you're not using QuickBooks for your business, please use some financial management system. There are some free ones that are available out there to you. If you Google free financial management systems for business, they will pop up. So if you're doing that, then the documents that you'll want out of those, whether you're going for loan and credit or whether you're going for investment, oftentimes these funders are going to ask for profit and loss document. Profit and loss document. A bank will traditionally ask for 2 or 3 years of historic profit and loss document. That's just a document showing how much money your business spent, how much money your business made. And they're likely to want to see 2 to 3 years of history when you're talking about accessing a loan. Another document they may want to see is the cash flow statement. A third document that banks often will ask for in these situations is a balance sheet. And I believe investors are likely to ask you also for a balance sheet. A balance sheet is just showing the assets of your company, the liabilities of your company, just giving a snapshot of what the balance is in your company, hence the name balance sheet. And although it's much more important for investors, bankers will also often ask for financial projections. Now, there's different language around this. Some people will call it financial projections. Other financiers will call it financial forecasting. Some accountants might call it pro forma financials. Pro forma is just a Latin term that means in the form of. But all that it means is rather than looking in the past of your financials, we're going to be looking at your future financials. What do we plan to make this year? What do we plan to spend this year? What that looks like 2, 3, 5 years out. In order to graduate B-Force Accelerator, our business owners have to create 5-year financial projections because after countless interviews with bankers in the Hampton Roads area, that's the number that we figured out that most of the banks were looking for. So real quick, profit and loss, cash flow statement, balance sheet, 5-year financial projections.
Thank you so much. Now, is it important or why is it important to have a clear exit strategy when pitching to investors?
So it's important to have a clear exit strategy when pitching to investors, not because you necessarily have to sell your company. You don't have to sell your company. I know a lot of founders get into this game to grow a company and maybe pass it on down to their next generation, or to make sure that the person running it next came up under them and learned the system correctly, and they just want to see this thing go forever. However, investors want to know that you have a plan to continue growing the value of your company. So if you're growing it like you were going to sell it, if you're growing it to increase the value, like the mindset of someone who is going to cash out, then that's really what they're looking for. They want to make sure that you have the mindset of an exit strategy, that you're growing the value of the business like someone who wants to retire. So even if you don't want to retire, and even if you don't want to sell the business, they want to make sure that your growth strategy is developed in that mindset, which is why it's important for every founder, even if you don't plan on selling the company, to have a plan to sell the company.
Okay. So what were some of the biggest challenges you faced when pitching investors?
I faced plenty of challenges when pitching investors. Number one, there was a language barrier, right? We were dealing with the neuroscience of music enjoyment. Investors are not always experts in music, and investors are rarely experts in neuroscience.
Mm-hmm.
So not only am I having to explain this software that is founded on some of these neuroscientific principles that lead to dopamine reactions in the brain. But I also have to make enough sense to them so that they can see a practical business strategy in that, so that they can see how in 5 years their investment is going to 2x, 3x, 4x. So there was that language barrier there. And another obstacle that we had when it came to investment is the fact that we were pre-revenue. And a lot of tech startups are pre-revenue when they're pitching investors because you only have the minimum viable product, or because you have some type of intellectual property that you think is going to be valuable but hasn't launched to the market yet. So I really had to sell them on the vision. I had to make them see something that only exists in the minds of our founders and the folks that were working close with us, the engineers. That same shared vision that we had, it only exists in your head. And the art is to make the thing that is so clear to you that only exists in your head, make it exist in the head of someone who has the capital to make it happen.
Thank you. This is some great information. And Brian, before we run out of time, please tell people how they can contact you. Please give us your information.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can be contacted via email. You can contact me at Brian, BRIAN .Owens, OWENS, at blackbrand.biz. That's the organization that I have the honor of running the accelerator with. And I can always be contacted on LinkedIn, Brian Owens, BRIAN OWENS. Facebook, same thing, Brian Owens. And I'll even, if anyone wants to shoot me a text, my number is 757-782-7967.
Thank you so much, Brian. It was a pleasure having you. I wish we had more time so we can get in really deep into it. Please come back and visit us again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's been great.
Thank you. Remember, guys, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This is a fundraising for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App on the screen below. That's the $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to take this time out to thank our sponsors. That's NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympic, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. Thank you so much for joining us. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. for me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Nikki Curry. I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are in for a real treat. We have a presentation from Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. Please allow me to share a little bit of her background with you. Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis is the president, CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute, a 22-year retired Army veteran, international TEDx speaker, international best-selling author, creator of the online course, Crack the Career Code, Unlock the Amazing Power Within to Lead with Confidence, Charisma, and Credibility. She's also the host of the Success for Women radio and TV show. She's also a career strategist, trainer, and business consultant. She helps women progress in their careers into upper management and executive level positions by providing them with a fast track yet comprehensive toolkit of life skills and abilities. She also helps female veterans who are transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship. Dr. Lewis has numerous awards and accolades. She just received the prestigious 2024 Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award. She also received the International Acquisition 2024 Excellence in Business Award. In 2023, she received the Prince George's Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Business Visionary of the Year Award. Phenomenal. She also received the Most Influential Women Empowerment Coach Award from Canadian Ambassador Her Excellency Denisa Kavoka. Dr. Lewis received the 2022 Joe Mannis Black Wall Street Award and many, many more. She's also received recognition and accolades in numerous magazines and media features. Today, we have a special treat. Before we bring Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis on board, we would like to share a special presentation with you.
You see the career opportunity. You feel it's yours. After all, you're well qualified, but you don't apply. You feel stuck and can't move forward in your career. I've learned as a 10-year career strategist, we must learn how to show up. To show up, we will rise up. We have an amazing resource on this planet, a resource with tremendous potential. That resource is us, women. Far too many of us, when we want to rise up and advance in our careers, we hit an invisible barrier. It's called the glass ceiling. And when we do make it through the glass ceiling, chances are we're more closely scrutinized than men. As women, we face more barriers to promotions in many organizations. However, I've discovered the biggest barrier, believe it or not, is ourselves. As women, we often hold ourselves back. We are not rising up and tapping into our full potential for 3 reasons. The first is a lack of confidence in our abilities. As women, we hold ourselves back when we make career decisions based on what-ifs. We listen to that little voice in our heads that says, what if I'm not good enough? What if I don't have what it takes? What if I fail? An article in the Harvard Business Review says, men will apply for a position when they meet only 60% of the requirements. Good for them. But what do? We will only apply if we feel we can meet 100% of the requirements. Instead of moving forward with confidence, we hold back. We let fear and doubt take over, even though we know we're well qualified. And the second reason is a lack of assertiveness. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? When we join a meeting, we often sit in the back or to the side. When we could assert ourselves, we don't. We shrink back. We let others interrupt us or say nothing when other people take our ideas. When we do speak up, we express ourselves with uncertainty, saying things such as, I'm not sure if this is relevant. I don't know if this is helpful. This may not be a good idea, but when you and I use words and phrases like these, we undermine our credibility. And the third reason, we don't build a support network. My friend, Kim, applied for a position. Her female supervisor felt she was more than qualified. But the supervisor would not give Kim a recommendation. The supervisor felt it would look too much like favoritism. To me, this just looked like one woman who would not reach back and help another woman. If we want to rise up, we must learn to support each other. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. It was 2005, and I had a comfortable job as an analyst working for the U.S. government, but I wanted more. a supervisor's position opened up, and I submitted my application. I tried to find out as much as I could about who was applying, what were my chances. I discovered that 2 men were applying for the same position. I also discovered that neither of these men had the qualifications that I had. But I was optimistic because one of the women on the interview panel told me that she would support me. So I walked into that interview room well prepared. I answered all their questions. I aced that interview. 3 days later, I was told I wasn't selected. Not only did they select the least qualified one, they selected someone who didn't even belong to the organization. I was shocked. I was hurt. I was angry. I thought, how could this be? It was like a slap in my face. I deserved that job. I thought, maybe I should just look for a job somewhere else. But I was in an exercise class, and it hit me. I'm not a quitter. I have never given up. I deserve this job. I'm good at what I do. At that moment, I realized that if I wanted to rise up, I needed to show up. We need to show up to rise up. Showing up means taking responsibility for your own career path. And then it happened. The man they hired quit. And the manager asked me, the more qualified one, to step into that position. I did. I showed up and I rose up in my career. Having worked with hundreds of women over the years, I know there are 3 steps we need to take to show up. The first is to build confidence. The second is to be assertive. The third is to build a support network. When we follow this 3-step process, we will show up to rise up. When we rise up and tap into our full potential, as women, you and I will contribute more to our organizations, more to our families, and more to our communities. When we show up to rise up, everyone wins.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Wow, wasn't that phenomenal? Please allow me to introduce to some and present to others the phenomenal powerhouse, the person that is pushing past barriers, reclaiming her authority, and leading women to do the same, the one and only Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis.
Well, hello. How are you?
Fantastic, fantastic. Every time I hear you speak, I am just in awe. So I want you to know that. So I'm going to go ahead and scoop my way out of here. But before I leave, I want to say genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you. Wow. That's all I can say. Hello, everyone. And because I am such a fan of this network, I am always honored when I get the opportunity to be on this phenomenal platform. A platform that will let our voices be heard, that will let our talents be seen. I mean, this platform shares information to help individuals look at what's next. And the amazing part is that it's all information that you can get in real time from individuals who have been there and done that and are experts in their industry. And that is why I am so proud to be in the company of so many unselfish individuals from all around the globe who are so willing to share their expertise and provide so many resources to help others grow and move forward. So before getting started, I just want to take a moment to thank Dr. Eric Kelly III for allowing me to be a part of this groundbreaking, history-making platform. Thank you, Dr. Kelly, for sharing this incredible vision with the world. Thank you for being a visionary and encouragement and inspiration. And more importantly, for always being willing to share your expertise. Thank you for producing this one-of-a-kind platform. I mean, it's a platform that is not seen before anywhere. You have brought to the world what is undoubtedly recognized as the greatest of all times. The Black Business Olympics and the Black Business Network is changing lives of people and businesses worldwide. And you can take great pride in knowing you are leaving a legacy that future generations will be able to look back on, learn from, and build from. So I say again, thank you, Dr. Kelly. And again, I want to say hello to all the viewers out there. I am Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And I help women navigate through some of the obstacles that they may face when trying to reach the top rung of the career ladder. And I also help female veterans who are transitioning out of the military into entrepreneurship. I help them to focus on a positive and successful mindset. And with all of that said, that's what I want to talk about, a positive and successful mindset. I want to explore the transformative power of a positive and successful mindset. I'm going to talk about something I think is very fundamental to all of us, something at the heart of every accomplishment, every success story, and every dream that's ever realized. And that is our mindset. You know, one of the things we hear often from Dr. Kelly, and that is to truly understand mindset, we must look beyond it. We must think about the mind shift, the mind print, and the mind state. So, my questions to you are, what's your current state of mind? What's your why? Why did you wake up this morning? And what makes you, you? I want you to think about these questions for a moment. And in case you're wondering why I'm asking you these questions, it's because whether you're an executive leading a team, an entrepreneur forging a new path, or a professional striving for excellence, cultivating a success-driven mindset is key to unlocking your true potential. And you also may be wondering, what exactly does it mean to have a successful mindset? Well, guess what? You have to look at your thinking. And why is thinking so important? Well, let me share with you the incredible synergy between mindset and thinking, which are two forces that shape not only how we see the world, but also how we navigate through it. These two elements are the architects of our lives. And when balanced, they unlock the door to limitless potential. It goes beyond simple positivity or daydreaming about goals. It's a way of approaching life with determination, resilience, and unwavering confidence in your abilities. It's about viewing challenges as chances for growth and setbacks as steps towards something greater. So, why do you think thinking matters to your mindset? Well, let's begin with thinking. Thinking is the engine of the mind. The process of exploring possibilities, of solving problems, and of envisioning the future. But guess what? The most powerful thing you can do is to listen. Why? Because every achievement begins with a thought. Our thoughts are powerful. Our thoughts starts in the mind. And we know, even though we may not always believe it, but it is very true that as a man thinks, so is he. So remember this: when your mind changes, your behavior changes. It is through thinking that we can gain clarity, challenge assumptions, and develop solutions. But thinking alone is not enough. It must be guided by your mindset. Your mindset is the compass that directs your thinking. It is your attitude, your belief system, and your inner framework. Because a positive mindset embraces growth, while a fixed mindset halts progress. Together, your mindset and your thinking will determine the quality of the life you can, will, and should lead. A strong mindset without deliberate thinking can become rigid, while great thinking without a healthy mindset can wander aimlessly. So, to balance the two is the key to success. Okay, but let's be real. Just thinking positive doesn't guarantee success. If it did, guess what? We would all sit around manifesting $1,000,000 bank accounts. But that's not how it works. And I have to tell you, I learned this the hard way. Because when I first started my business, I told myself every single day, I got this. I'm going to succeed. I mean, I had all the positive affirmations in the world. But guess what? Reality hit. Challenges came. Things didn't always go as planned. And for a moment, I even questioned everything. Like, what was I thinking? Why did I even get into this in the first place? And that's when I realized positive thinking is great, but without the right mindset, it's just empty words. Now, I want you to imagine two people starting the same journey. One wakes up saying, I believe in myself. But when obstacles hit, they freeze. They don't have a plan, so they quit. Now, the second person, they believe in themselves too, but they back it up with action. They train their mind to push through challenges, to see failure as feedback, and to stay disciplined even when motivation fails. So let me ask you this. Are you just thinking positive, or are you developing the mindset that actually leads to success? Now, I said all of that to say that when challenges arise, a resilient mindset says, I can learn from this, while strategic thinking asks, how can I solve this? In other words, you don't want the imbalance or what ifs taking over. Because when we strike a balance, we can achieve the extraordinary. So ask yourself, what can I achieve if I harness my mindset and thinking in perfect harmony? Could you create a a new innovation, maybe even rebuild a $1 billion corporation. Or maybe you can inspire a community. And the answer is absolutely yes, you can. Because all it takes is focused thinking along with a positive mindset. But let me be clear, achieving this balance is not an overnight success story. It's a journey. There will be setbacks that test your mindset and moments of doubts that challenge your thinking. So embrace those moments as opportunities to grow stronger. And keep in mind, while most are dreaming of success, winners wake up and work hard to achieve it. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to start each day by asking yourself, what kind of mindset do I want to carry today? And how can I direct my thinking to align with my goals? These small but deliberate actions could be the building blocks of a life lived with intention. Another core principle of a successful mindset is the power of self-belief. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Your beliefs shape your reality. So if you truly believe in yourself and your capabilities, you are already halfway to success. Trust in your skills, trust in your knowledge and your capability, your capacity to overcome obstacles. Believe that you are worthy of success, and the universe will align to support you. However, let's be clear again, self-belief alone isn't enough. A truly successful mindset also includes resilience in the face of adversity. The path to success is rarely easy. There will be obstacles, setbacks, and moments of doubt. But your response to these challenges defines your journey. Rather than dwelling on failure or succumbing to self-doubt, choose to bounce back stronger. Treat setbacks as opportunities to learn, to grow, and to improve. Remember, it's not the fall that defines you, but the courage to rise again. So keep this in mind. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. I believe this is at the heart of transforming our mindset and our outcomes. An essential part of cultivating a successful mindset is the courage to take risks and embrace change. Comfort zones are the resting place of dreams, but success lives beyond the familiar. So stepping into the unknown, embracing uncertainty, and adapting to change are where growth happens. So don't be afraid to challenge the status quo, to go after your passions boldly, and to give it everything that you've got. Remember, our time is finite. And by that, I mean time is our most precious resource. And how we spend it directly impacts our path to success. Adaptability and change is a cornerstone of success. And when we embrace change and turn challenges into opportunities for growth, we can then begin to look at where we are going and what we plan on doing. So I want you to know every minute that you spend focused on your goals is a minute invested in your future. And every minute wasted is a minute you'll never get back because it's lost forever. Did you know that success lies just outside of your comfort zone? Did you know that with a growth mindset, you're constantly evolving, building the skills needed to reach your goals? I mean, success isn't for those who fear failure. It's for those who see failure as a stepping stone toward improvement. So if you find yourself feeling like you want to give up, look back and see how far you've reached already. Remember, failure is the opportunity to start again, but this time with more wisdom. Successful people view every challenge as a chance to learn and grow because they understand that setbacks are not the end, but a setup for a comeback. Learn to embrace each moment. Take that step forward and keep your eyes on the vision you're building. You have the power to create it. All it takes is the right mindset. And I'm here to tell you that greatness is within your reach. But I have to ask, what steps are you taking to move forward? What actions are you taking to leave a legacy? And yes, I realize I'm giving you a lot to think about. But let me be clear. Nothing comes from missed opportunities, broken promises, or a half-hearted attitude. We can't expect to inspire change in anyone else if we don't start by transforming our own mindset. It all begins with believing in yourself, because self-belief is the cornerstone of any meaningful transformation. And that's why it's essential to ask yourself, why am I here? What is my purpose? Because guess what? When you know the why behind your actions, you'll find the strength to stay committed to your goals and to finish what you start. The life you lead starts with the beliefs you hold deep inside. So embracing your own worthiness, truly believing that you deserve the successes you envision, is the foundation of every step forward. And always remember, change starts within. You are what you think. When you truly believe in the vision you have for your future, that belief will fuel everything else. You have what it takes to do whatever you set your mind to do. You are your next level. I mean, you are your next level. And it's not waiting for anyone else's approval. It's waiting on you. So understand this. The journey to success is rarely a straight, smooth path. It's full of twists, turns, and moments that will test your resilience. It's about pushing forward when others might stop, persevering when the road gets tough, and standing firm even when others say you can't make it. And when you feel the urge to quit, before even getting started. Remember this: quitting may offer momentary relief, but it will also steal from you the chance to discover the depths of your potential. It's in those difficult moments when you're tempted to give up that you learn who you truly are. Each time you push through, you're proving to yourself that you're capable of so much more than you thought. So the question is, will you execute today? Will you use your imagination for compensation? Or are you a person who will take in information and then do nothing? Let today be the day you commit fully to your journey. Believe in yourself, embrace your worthiness, and remember that success isn't just for others, it's for you too. The only thing standing between you and your dreams is the courage to believe that you can make them real. And I am sure you already know that some people succeed because they're destined to, but most people succeed because they're determined to. Determination is the fuel that keeps us moving forward, even when the path gets tough. Think about what you're passionate about, the values that guide you, and the skills that make you come alive. Consider how powerful it would be to share these gifts with the world, to inspire others by stepping fully into what makes you unique. So ask yourself, are you ready to fully commit to this journey? Are you ready to embrace your own potential, not just in thought, but in action? Because success doesn't come to those who wait for it. It comes to those who decide they're worthy of it and are willing to put in the work to make it real. So use the resources at your fingertips. Lean into your support system and let your determination be the spark that ignites your path to success. Because every step you take toward believing in yourself moves you closer to your goals, closer to success, and closer to genuine happiness. Remember, each small action builds on the last, creating momentum and bringing you nearer to the life you envision. So just accessing this platform right here, which has over 145 speakers from around the globe that shared their expertise for 7 straight days once a month, will help you gain insight from people who have been in your shoes. The individuals that come on to this platform have faced similar challenges. They've navigated the same obstacles and stared down self-doubt. They have stepped out of their comfort zone and declared, I will not quit. And they have persisted through setbacks and struggles. And now they share their success with you because they believe you can make it also. But here's the key. I don't want you to be one of those people who tries out what they've learned, but then quickly loses motivation when progress feels slow. Don't be that person who, when things just seem like they're not going the way they want it to go, it's not happening fast enough. Don't be one of those people who gives up at the first sign of hard work. Because true progress rarely happens overnight, and meaningful results take time, effort, and consistency. So if you give in to impatience or walk away when things get tough, you're only robbing yourself of the success that could be yours if you just keep going. Success isn't reserved for a select few. It's available to anyone willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work. So keep this in mind. The only thing standing between you and your dreams is the level of effort you're willing to put into it. Each setback is just a stepping stone. Each challenge, an opportunity to prove your resilience. So if you've ever doubted whether your goals are truly achievable, let me assure you right here and right now, they absolutely are. Because the journey may not always be smooth, and the rewards may not come instantly, but that's what makes the process so worthwhile. The work you put in, the grit you summon, and the faith you hold on to will be what defines your success in the end. So embrace the journey, believe in the destination, and let each step, no matter how small, bring you closer to the extraordinary life that you deserve. So take the inspiration that you gained here from, if you tuned in this week, every day, remind yourself that your goals are within reach too, just like everyone else that appeared on this platform. And with relentless determination, you can achieve your goals. Because every dream and every aspiration starts with a vision. It's the spark that lights the path forward. And it's what keeps us going, even when the road gets rough. So don't let obstacles discourage you from chasing the goals that will lead you to your success. Remember, obstacles aren't meant to break you. They're stepping stones toward your greatness. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to grow, to strengthen your resolve, and to prove to yourself and to the world that your dream is worth fighting for. And as frustrating and as challenging as obstacles can be, they are actually gifts in disguise. They build character, resilience, and resourcefulness. They push you to think creatively, to come up with new solutions, to dig deep, and to find the strength to keep going. They stretch your mind, grow your belief in yourself, and test your commitment to your vision. Because every obstacle is like a test. And like any test, it's there for you to pass. So learn from and then move on to the next. Each one is a step on the journey to your dreams. Success, as you well know, can be daunting. It requires change, which is uncomfortable for some, but it also brings new responsibilities and challenges, which can be intimidating. But don't let the fear of success or even the fear of what success demands hold you back. Success might feel overwhelming because it often requires you to step into a bigger version of yourself. It calls for growth. It calls for confidence and readiness to handle new challenges. But here's the thing. If success were easy, everyone would have it. The very fact that it's challenging is what makes it so rewarding. So I just want you to remember that you are worth it. You are capable of doing anything that you set your mind to do. You just have to believe in yourself. You just have to know that you can do it. And that is what I wanted to let you know tonight. I want to thank all of you for viewing me tonight. I am Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. And if you'd like to reach out to me, you can email me at info@exwsi.com or go to my website, www.exwsi.com, and make sure that you get my book, which is also Having a Positive Mindset. You can get it on Amazon. Just go in to Amazon, put my name in the search box, Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, and the book will come right up. I want to thank Dr. Kelly again for having me on this awesome, phenomenal platform. It's always a pleasure. Always great to be here. Thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor. All righty.
I'm here.
Here she is.
There we are. Dr. Madeline.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm telling you, I have copious notes.
Oh my goodness.
Copious notes.
She took notes.
Again and again and again. Now, if you don't mind, can you give me a couple of minutes? You know, I can't just let you go. I have to have some time with you, right?
Okay.
Please allow me to share a few takeaways. And I hope everyone took notes as well as I did. But when you said, what makes you you? I almost fell out of my chair. I was like, wow, that is so simple, but it is so profound.
Yes.
What makes you you? And it's just amazing that sometimes we don't think about this stuff.
Absolutely.
The mindset. Everything starts with the mindset.
Yes.
We forget that part. We skip over that. And I know for a fact you talk your talk and you walk your walk, because there's no way you could have gotten to where you are now if you didn't have that positive mindset. If you didn't have that. So if you would be so kind and allow me to expound on what you've just discussed with us.
Okay.
Can I ask you a few memorable moments here? Can we have our own little master class?
I'm at your disposal.
Awesome. Now, I know for a fact that, and we've talked about this before, and you have done your due diligence in your industry, especially working with women. And you've seen this in the military, you've seen this in the civilian life. Women have a tendency to play small, right?
Yes.
Because we've been conditioned to do so. I hate to admit that, but it's a fact.
Absolutely.
When you're working with women, whether they are transitioning from the military into entrepreneurship, or they're just moving along in life and they find you, how do you convince them to show up? And I know I'm not saying share some of your amazing secrets, but how do you coach them to success or to have this successful mindset? Can you share that with us?
Well, like you said, and I figured this out. It was a while ago, because I guess it was back when I was in the military, and the ladies that would come to me wanted me to help them to do different things because they saw that I was moving up and they wanted to know how. But one of the things that, like you said, I noticed is that they would not do certain things to put themselves out there so that they could be recognized, or so people would even know they were in the room. It was almost as if they would walk in a room and they would be invisible. And I could not understand that. It was like, you know, you walk into the room and people think this is a cliche, but it's not. A lot of times women will walk into a room and sit in the back.
Yes.
Why?
Guilty.
Why? You know, it's like, I don't know what my problem was, but I always wanted to be up front because I thought I was going to miss something. Okay. So, but it's when the ladies that come to me, this is the first thing I, you know, try to figure out with them. We sit, we do an assessment because I always want to know where their head is. What are you thinking? How do you think? What, like I said, what do you unique about you? Because you need to be able to answer that question.
Right.
And you know, don't tell me, oh well, I haven't, you know, with the I don't know, because that's the first thing. You have to know what makes you unique. Because first of all, you can't move forward and you can't, you know, impact anything or anyone if you can't figure out who you are, what makes you tick. That's, you know, you need to know what makes you tick.
Right.
Well, and so that is what the first thing we do. That is the first thing, you know, and then we go from there. Once we can figure out, okay, when I know that they have that maybe, and I hate to say this, like it is that shrink back mentality, we have to work on that first. Because if you're going to be in business, you're going to be working with people, you're going to be sitting in rooms, you're going to be at the table, you're going to have people a lot of times that I know all through my career and even in the military, a lot of times I was in rooms with people that did not look like me.
Right.
And you got to be able to speak up. And as women, as females, we tend to shrink back. And that is the one thing that cannot happen if you want to be successful, if you want to be in business, or even if you want to move up the career ladder into executive level, you know, upper management positions. You cannot do that. I know there are people that sometimes meet me and interact with me, and they think that I am direct. And sometimes I have to take it down 1,000 because, you know, I tend to, I don't do, I just don't do the, you know,
cutesy stuff. Yeah. The little cutesy rah rah rah. Yeah.
You know, sometimes I guess sometimes maybe that military takeover when I'm, but if I'm in a room and we're doing business, then it's about business. You know, I'm not gonna have the girly attitude. It's just not gonna be like that. It's going to be we're going to have a conversation, and that conversation is going to be direct, to the point, succinct, and that's the way it's going to be. And so when I'm working with women, I want them to have that same, when you walk into a room, like one of our friends, you and I both know, she's famous for saying, own it. And that's the way you walk into that room, like you own it. Okay. Because you want them to sit back and take notice that, you know, when you walk in that room, you're supposed to be there. And it's like I say, when I stand up in front to do anything, to train, to teach, to speak, I know what I know that I know that I know. And so what I'm telling you, I'm not pulling it from a hat.
Right.
You know, I've done my due diligence. Like you say, I've done my research, and it's not bragging, but I will tell women, when you have to toot your own horn, don't be afraid to do so.
That's right. That's right.
Don't be afraid to do so.
It ain't bragging if it's true, right?
And if it's true. Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. This is a great segue into my question now. This may be a little bit personal. Business personal, but in your experience, and you have a vast amount of experience in this field, in this space, do you find it difficult to, no, I shouldn't say that. Is it a big difference in working with the mindset training of a civilian opposed to someone with a military background? Do you see a big difference there, or maybe I'm not saying that right, but
no, I know what you mean. The difference is not that is the mindset is going to be the mindset, but the difference between a civilian and the military is that you have to change the military from that military mindset.
Right.
It has to transform. It can't, that's why I say, I know when I say sometimes I can be direct because it's like, it's like lead, follow, or get out the way. Because that's the way the military, at least the army, they tell you lead, follow, or get out the way. And so sometimes you can have that mentality, but you have to remember that you can't roll through business with that type of mentality. You have to kind of take that down a little bit. And so that is the difference with the civilian and the military. Working with those females is just getting them to understand when they're transitioning out of the military, it's a whole different ball game when you're dealing with people that may never have been in the military. So they sometimes they don't understand that, okay, when we call a meeting at 10, you're supposed to be in the meeting, not walking into the meeting.
Right. If you're on time, you're late. If you're early, you're on time.
So, it's about sometimes schooling them on different things like that, yes, you're going to see that and you're going to get frustrated with it because that's just how the civilian, tend to do things sometimes.
Right.
But it's just a matter of helping them to transitioning that mindset from the military to the civilian part, just like they're transitioning out of the military, say into entrepreneurship or into a civilian career. It's just a different, it's sort of like even with the resumes, with the military resume, when you're trying to go from the military into a civilian position, you have to change that resume. You can't do military speak because everybody don't understand those acronyms, so you have to change it. So the same thing goes for the mindset.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. And the reason I want to touch on that is because sometimes people forget that every community has a community, or they have their way of doing things. They have their own culture. And just because you did it this way in the military doesn't mean you're going to be able to do it that way in the civilian. So you have to pivot and shift your mindset. Everything begins and ends with the mindset.
Absolutely.
That's that old personal development that we all love, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So speaking of that, okay, I don't want to lean on my, the women, but it happens, and we are so guilty of this. We see a lot of women and some men. They're talented, just so talented people. They're talented people, but they're sitting on the sidelines. They're waiting to get in the game, or they're thinking about getting into the game, but they're waiting for that perfect moment before they even make a move. And being the person that I know you are, that powerhouse, I call you my wild card.
Oh my goodness.
I know, but that's in a good way. What advice would you give to women who's caught in that cycle of just waiting to before they make that move? They're just waiting. They're sitting on the sidelines. They are sideline cheerleaders. That's what I call them. They're just sitting there watching everyone else move, watching everyone else jump off the porch, watching everyone else doing what they know they can do, and maybe even better. What advice would you give to those women?
Well, I think first of all, they have to figure out how bad they want it, because at some point you're going to have to move past the fear, because that a lot of times that's what it is. Fear that, yes, I know kind of inside that I have the skill to do this, but then they start with like the what ifs.
Right.
What if I get in there and I fail? What if they don't like me? What if I make a mistake? So they have to get past first the what ifs, and that's based on the fear. They have to move past that fear part. So that would be my advice would be, you have to understand your why.
Mhm.
And and I give you a perfect example when I talk about the why. At where I go to exercise, my exercise facility, one of the things that he has on the wall is remember your why.
Mm.
So it's like, no matter how I feel or what happens, there sometimes something may happen, and you get frustrated, or you just too tired to do the exercise, whatever. But it's like, I'll look up at that wall and I'll think, remember your why.
Mm.
That's the advice I would give to them. You have to remember your why. And if your why is that, this is what you want and why you want it, then you have to get past that fear and you have to go for it. You're going to have to push yourself to tap into your potential, because it's there, and it's there. In here, it's there, but you're letting that fear stop you. So I would say, remember your why to motivate yourself to keep moving forward. Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. We're almost done, but I gotta, I gotta get it while I can. I gotta get my little 2 cents in there and ask you, get my masterclass moments here. So, Dr. Madeline, do you consider yourself as a disruptor?
When
in a good way, in a good way.
Okay.
Trouble.
Well, let me put it this way. I have a tendency to stuff come out of my mouth before I could stop it. Sometimes that happens.
Sometimes it needs to be said.
Yeah, sometimes it needs to be said. I would like to think that I'm not a disruptor.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of hope that I'm not a disruptor. But like I said, I can sit for so long and keep my mouth closed before it'll just come out.
That's it. That's it. Okay.
I guess I have to let you be the judge of that one.
Well, that was the first part of my question, I should say. So the second part of that is, the corporate world and the leadership world has been dominated by a specific type of expert, right? How are you changing the narrative? How are you shaking up the narrative? And what does it take to truly disrupt an industry when it comes to what you do in the leadership world?
Well, I think is like you said, and I know you're basing it on a lot of stuff that's going on right now from this question, is that one of the things you have to do is listen. That's the most important thing right now, is to listen and not get distracted, because you have to just remember that if you're an expert in your industry, in your field, then you continue to do that. You continue to do what you know that you can do. Right. And don't get distracted by all the noise, if you will. Don't get distracted by all of that. And I would say that too, to a lot of the people, that some of the things that are happening right now, don't get distracted by the noise. Just know that you have the skills. And if you have to pivot into something else or to do something else, then do that. But don't let the noise distract you and make you think that you're not worthy to be, where in the space that you need to be in. And just because something has happened to take you out of that space, don't let that discourage you. Don't let that make you feel less than, or that you're incapable of, because that is certainly From what we have seen and has been evidence, that is not the case in a lot of cases, and especially in what has been taking place lately. So that would be what I would say on that. Yeah.
That's wonderful. I totally agree with you. We are not going to go there in that rabbit hole, but I totally agree with you. I'm going to bring it back to the women. And you've been talking about the mindset piece. You've actually built an empire. You've built a legacy on or in helping women elevate their careers. And I know the mindset has a lot to do with that, something you talked about. If someone wanted to follow in your footsteps, Dr. Madeline, they wanted to be as impactful, as credentialed, with all the accolades and all of that, but most of all, being impactful as you have become, what advice would you give them? What are some of the steps you would tell them to take?
Well, I would definitely tell them that to not give up, because as I said in my video, if they listen to the TEDx talk, women are the greatest resource on this planet. And so because of that, we bring a lot to the table. We bring a lot of decision-making capabilities. We bring a lot of knowledge. We bring a lot of expertise, a lot of education. We bring a lot to the table. And because of that, that is why if in most organizations, if you don't have that, if it's just top heavy with all men, all males, and you don't have an equal amount of women helping to make those decisions, a lot of those organizations you see where it's just, it's just leaning, sort of like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, or whatever. It's
right.
Because of the decisions are being made, you don't have that diversity part in there to help balance it. And so I would say, I always say that what I've done, what I do, I am not special. Anybody can do what I've done. So I would say if this is something that you feel that you're ready to do, a journey that you want to, and you know that you're capable of doing it, you want to do the work to do it. As I said in my talk, it's not easy. It's not a piece of cake,
Right.
but it can be done. If I've done it, anybody can do it. That's the way I look at it. You can do it. Anybody can do it. So don't think that I am something special, that I moved a certain mountain that nobody else can move. That is not the case. I mean, if you come to me and you talk to me, I can talk to you, and we can, I can coach you. We can do this.
You can work through it. Yeah.
Have the right mindset. I can't change your mindset. I can only help you to see what you see. And like I say, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at will change. And so that is how that would work. Like I said, if I did it, anybody can do it.
Right. And that's a great segue for me to ask you this next question. We're still on the subject of mindset. I know this great speaker, he always says, take your contacts and turn them into contracts, right? Take them contacts and turn them into contracts, right? You said something. Yeah, you said something earlier. It's right along the realms of mindset. You made a statement about take your imagination for compensation. You said something about that. Talk to me about that.
You know what? And I'm gonna have to lay that at Dr. Kelly's feet, because that's
that's what use your imagination for compensation.
I'm always stealing little snippets from him too, and that because he just don't know. I be picking his little brain. I be picking his brain all the time. And
picking up what he putting down, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we both know he always gives us some great nuggets to follow. But yes, your imagination, because it's sort of like what he says, when you have a business, when you're running a business, if you can't take time away from that business, and go, like I was just away for about 2 weeks in Dubai.
Nice.
That was it. I mean, the business was still running, but I was not here. So if you can't do that with a business that you have, then
something's wrong. Yeah.
Something's wrong. There you go.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
something wrong. And that's one of the things that Dr. Kelly talks about. That's one of the things that he always that's one of his pet peeves. You need to be able, if it's even like if you ask me to come and speak at your conference, that means I'm taking a whole day from my business. So is my business going to shut down and not make any revenue at all because I took a day to go and speak at your conference?
Right.
Not the way it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
It's supposed to be scalable. It's supposed to be duplicatable. It's supposed to be able to run if you are not there. And that's the way it's supposed to work. And so that is what I've always, tried to, the way I've tried to make my business work. And thank goodness,
right.
It's been able to do that. So, yeah.
Love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. And I believe this is going to be my last question. I want to close it out this way.
Uh-huh.
If you can give our viewers, one permission slip.
Mm-hmm.
One permission slip. Let's imagine that this is a permission slip. This was a thank you card.
Okay.
You want to give them this permission slip to take one bold step today.
Mm-hmm.
No overthinking, no questioning, no getting feedback, none of that. No playing small.
Mm-hmm.
What would this permission slip say?
The permission slip would say to always believe in you. That would be what that permission slip would say.
With your signature on it.
That's right. Because as I said, what did I say? I think I said something like, no one is waiting. You are not waiting for anyone else's approval.
Right. Permission granted. Yeah.
Exactly. You're not waiting for anyone else's approval. You already have that approval.
Right.
And the approval is you believing in yourself. That's where that approval comes in.
Absolutely. I love it.
If you're sitting there waiting for someone to tell you to start your own business or to move to the next level in your career, then you're going to be sitting. You're going to be sitting because you don't need
on the sidelines. Yeah. Awesome. 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 Dr. Madeline, it has been a wonderful treat, an amazing time with you. Please let our visitors and viewers know how to reach out to you, how to connect with you, how to be a part of what you're doing.
Well, again, if they want to email me, they can email me at info@exwsi.com, or they can go to my website, www.exwsi.com. And for the ladies, while they're there, they can download my free report on 3 things every woman can do for executive success, I think that is. But so there is a free report that they can download. It's videos that they will be able to listen to. And also, again, like I said, they can also purchase my book on Amazon. Just go on, put my name in the search box, Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis. It's having a successful mindset. So again, it's all about the mind and always keeping in that. And it's again, show up to rise up, because as I said, when we show up and tap into our full potential, everybody wins.
Love it.
Everybody wins.
Absolutely love it. Show up.
And I'm on all the social media sites, so they can reach out to me on any of those too. LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, all of them. Yeah.
Wonderful. Again, Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, it has been a delight and a pleasure to have you on the Black Business Olympics. Once again, we honor you and we thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a great night.
You too.
All right. So, genius is coming. I will see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090